Startled, he ran away in panic. Mi Jong opened the alumni book and saw her photo placed next to a group picture. Maybe this was Da Yun's silent apology. Mr. Park encouraged his daughter to continue studying. If she took the qualification exam, it was like getting a high school diploma, and she could still go to college. He wanted to take her to Seoul, far from this painful place. As he spoke, his periodontitis flared up again. He promised that once they moved to Seoul, he would see a dentist first thing. Encouraged by her father, Mi Jong regained hope and started studying again. When it was time to harvest potatoes, Mi Jong didn't want her father to work alone and went to the field to help. Suddenly, a venomous snake came out of the ground and bit her ankle. Mr. Park rushed over, but Mi Jong soon lost consciousness. When she woke up, her father was lying on the ground, barely alive. She realized he had sucked out the venom, but because of his periodontitis, poison spread faster. Mi Jong screamed for help, but her father stopped her. If people saw this, they would blame her for his death. He told her to run, to get away from him. However, villagers started approaching. To let her father go in peace, Mi Jong lied and said no one noticed them. In the end, her father died in her arms. People called her a witch, even killed her own father, and drove her out of the village. Dong Jin didn't know about this. To prove Mi Jong wasn't a witch, he chose statistics as his major in college. A boy sitting in the back of the class caught everyone's attention. Kim always kept to himself and never talked to anyone. Students said he was a psychopath, but the moment Dong Jin saw him, he felt a sense of familiarity. Kim reminded him of Mi Jong. Dong Jin couldn't help but approach him and tried to befriend him. Kim picked up his tray and left without him. Dong Jin didn't give up. He first gave Kim potatoes from his neighbor's farm and then invited him to eat together. Kim was surprised because when he didn't respond, people got the message and started avoiding him. Dong Jin admitted that Kim reminded him of someone. He wasn't brave enough to do it in the past, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake now. In the end, the two went to a restaurant together. Although they didn't sit at the same table, they became closer. Kim started to wonder about Dong Jin's daily life. Dong Jin openly shared that he worked 3 part-time jobs to help a friend buy textbooks. After finishing his lunch, he put on a uniform. He also worked at this restaurant. Over time, they became close friends. When summer break arrived, Dong Jin returned to his hometown. He looked through his old high school photos, stopping at Mi Jong's picture. His mother talked about village rumors. A few months ago, the witch from school caused her father's death. The laundry shop owner's son visited her to comfort her, but on his way home, a wild boar hit him. Even Mistress O believed Mi Jong would bring bad luck and should be avoided. For the first time, Dong Jin shouted at his mother. He used statistics to explain that people get hurt or die every minute of every day. So everything was just a coincidence. They couldn't blame everything on Mi Jong. With that, he got ready to visit Mi Jong's house, but his mother stopped him, saying Mi Jong was probably gone. Months ago, the villagers agreed to kick her out. Now, the house was empty. Dong Jin sat against the door, feeling defeated. He took out his rope, trying to prove Mi Jong wasn't a witch, but it was too late. A gust of wind blew away all the papers. At that moment, Dong Jin missed Mi Jong deeply. He realized nothing waits for anyone, especially love. The professor learned why Dong Jin studied statistics and praised his kindness and determination. But he also pointed out that his report was useless from the start. Dong Jin had already concluded Mi Jong wasn't a witch, and then used statistics to fit his narrative. The professor suggested that he verify all the questions in the checklist for a clearer result. Dong Jin followed the advice, ruling out random and inevitable events, focusing on one question: what was the common factor in all accidents? Looking back at every incident, he concluded that Mi Jong was always present. If the data was correct, there was only one possibility. Mi Jong really was a witch. Helpless, Dong Jin cried in the heavy rain, hating himself for failing to prove her innocence. Time had passed and everyone prepared for graduation. With the professor's recommendation, Dong Jin became a data miner and moved to Seoul. Kim became a detective. Not long after, Dong Jin got a project related to a casino. With just 5 seconds of observation, He could estimate a guest's age, wealth, and how often they visited. He focused on a 30-year-old office worker. He guessed the man leased an office tel in a small city, owned a domestic mid-sized car, and earned about 42 million won a year. Now the man was about to lose all his money. Following Dong Jin's order, a waiter took him to a fancy restaurant for a free meal and gave him a hotel voucher for his next visit. Some opposed this strategy, but Dong Jin believed it was better to manage customers to keep them using the casino continuously than let them lose everything and never return. This way, the casino could make more money in the long run. A chairman was intrigued and even considered investing in their company. Just then, the office worker sold his car for more gambling money. The chairman sighed, saying there were too many variables in life. He handed Dong Jin a business card and invited him to dinner sometime. When Dong Jin was about to go home, he found his car's windshield shattered. The dash cam showed the suspect checking his phone number before breaking the glass. The detective guessed it was someone with a grudge against him. While filing the report, the detective was confused about Dong Jin's job as a data miner. Dong Jin explained that he was an office worker who inferred information from vast data. For example, the two guys arguing behind them, he could tell they were family. Both had the habit of wiping bottle tops. Their clothes had the same water stains and white hairs. Just then, a woman holding a white puppy appeared. She apologized to the police and took her two mischievous sons home. The detective found Dong Jin's job fascinating. Before leaving, he promised to investigate the case properly. That night, Dong Jin was supposed to meet Kim. Kim said he might be late because he had just arrested a dangerous criminal. To let him concentrate on his work, Dong Jin lied, saying he was at a gathering. On the subway home, he saw a drunk guy confessing to a woman. To his surprise, her side profile looked familiar. It was Mi Jong, his high school crush. Once again, he was too afraid to approach her and just followed silently. They left the station and walked into a quiet alley. Dong Jin saw Mi Jong feeding stray cats and hid nearby. She muttered to herself, wondering how to live peacefully without meeting people. She really didn't know the way to live nor the way to disappear. After all these years, Mi Jong was still living a tough life. Dong Jin kept his distance and watched her go home. He believed meeting again after so long must have meaning. The next day, he searched online for the drunk man from the subway and found a video. After Mi Jong left, the man suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed. Dong Jin met with Kim and wondered if weird people existed in the world. For example, those who always bring bad luck to the team they supported, or those who break machines just by using them, or those who always find stores running out of stock right before their turn. Kim thought these were just coincidences, but Dong Jin believed some strange laws existed, causing certain people to be cursed throughout their lives. He felt helpless because he couldn't find a way to break the curse. That day, Mistress O called Dong Jin after her hospital checkup. She said sadly that she was sick. Dong Jin rushed her to Seoul for treatment. After many chemotherapy sessions, Mistress O started wearing a wig. Dong Jin secretly brought her beer to cheer her up. He promised to make lots of money and take her around the world. However, Mistress O knew her time was short and calmly shared her last wish. She wanted a colorfully decorated bier at her funeral, so she could meet her husband in a romantic way. She also planned to sell their house and shop, which would be less of a hassle for her son. But Dong Jin decided to keep the house. It held all his memories with his mother. Then he was surprised to learn that years ago, his mother bought Mi Jong's house. Back in the hospital, he thanked her, thinking she had helped Mi Jong out of kindness. However, Mistress O confessed a long-hidden secret. It was she who had joined the villagers in driving Mi Jong out of the village. While cleaning, Mistress O found Mi Jong's photo and worried her son might fall for her and get hurt. Driven by rumors, she made a wrong decision. Facing harsh words, Mi Jong first apologized, then promised to leave. Mistress O felt relieved and stopped the villagers from cursing. Before leaving, she looked at Mi Jong's thin figure and felt guilty. That night, Mi Jong missed the last bus. Feeling sorry for her, Mistress O drove her to the bus station. Mi Jong was grateful for the care. Learning she had nowhere to go, Mistress O bought her house to help her financially. Later, Mistress O wanted to apologize face to face, but never had the chance. Remembering her son insisting Mi-jong wasn't a witch, she asked him to pass on her apology if he ever saw Mi-jong again. Dong-jin loved photography, but realized he never took a proper photo of his mother. Their last picture was at his high school graduation, where she wore the mink coat he disliked. Dong-jin followed his mother's last wish and gave her a funeral with a colorfully decorated bier. While sorting her belongings, he found his unfinished reports. Years ago, they were thrown away at Mi-jong's house. Mistress O secretly picked them up. She didn't understand the complex formulas or error-filled statistics in the report, but she read them over and over. Until her death, she believed Mi-jong was innocent. Dong-jin would prove that Mi-jong wasn't a witch, just as his mother had hoped. The next day, he studied a San Francisco police crime map that tracked time, location, and severity. The police used it to reassign patrol areas and personnel, and the crime rate decreased significantly. He planned to make a similar map for incidents related to the witch. If he could identify the variable that affects this pattern, he might predict and prevent future incidents. To solve Mi-jong's mystery, Dong-jin quit his high-paying job and gave up the casino project, despite his boss's pleas. Mi-jong stayed indoors all day, living alone in her small rented room with 2 straw dolls. Thankfully, her friend Yoon-sil found her a translation job. Mi-jong didn't disappoint her, and always submitted her work on time. Life was simple, but peaceful. On the other side, Dong-jin decided to rent a room in the building across from Mi-jong. He didn't care about the room's layout, just wanted the one above, which was already rented out. That room was directly across from Mi-jong's. Dong-jin bribed the agent to find the tenant, and tried to convince him to swap rooms. The guy firmly refused. Dong-jin didn't give up. He rented the room below and frequently visited the guy's convenience store to please him. He also helped him whenever needed and gave him gifts for moving. Finally, Dong-jin offered to cover 3 months of rent and moving costs, and successfully swapped the room. Next, he sneaked into the opposite apartment building and confirmed which room Mi-jong lived in through mailboxes. Yoon-sil noticed him acting suspiciously and asked who he was looking for. Dong-jin lied, saying he was going to the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, the 3rd floor was a bikini waxing salon. Under her strange look, he had no choice but to walk in. Yoon-sil visited Mi-jong, and they had a lively dinner. Mi-jong excitedly talked about a small Austrian town she read about while translating. She dreamed of walking freely in the streets like a normal person one day. Meanwhile, Dong-jin got a call from the detective. He found the suspect who smashed his car. Lee owned a small paper cup factory and got a loan approved. But a change in the bank policy wouldn't allow him to get the loan, so he went bankrupt. He later found out that the loan system was developed by Dong-jin's company. So, he chose Dong-jin as his target for revenge. Before leaving the station, Dong-jin asked which department handled streetlight repairs. The night he walked Mi-jong home, he noticed a flickering light at the alley entrance. When Dong-jin got home, he was attacked. The attacker was Lee, the suspect the police were chasing. Dong-jin didn't fight back and even stopped the convenience store guy from calling the police. Lee accused Dong-jin of ruining his factory and leaving his workers homeless. After he calmed down, Dong-jin took him out for a meal. He explained that his job was just calculating data for programs, but never thought it could hurt innocent people. Lee knew everything wasn't his fault. But whenever he thought about being separated from his wife and kids, he even had bad thoughts. He held on because of his hatred for Dong-jin. To help Lee, Dong-jin asked the chairman to give him a job. In this days and age, most people only care about themselves. But Dong-jin was different and even tried to rescue others, which left a deep impression on the chairman. Kim got a report. A victim's home was wrecked, but there were no signs of forced entry. That meant the attacker was someone she knew. Kim advised the woman to apply for a protection order and wear a smartwatch. If she pressed the button in danger, a appointed officer would rush to her. After taking the victim safely to her parents' house, Kim returned to the station and ran into Dong-jin. They planned to eat together, but Kim suddenly got an urgent call. He rushed to the victim, but he was too late. The woman had lost too much blood and was just taken to the hospital. Kim felt guilty for failing to protect her. Late at night, Mi-jung stepped outside and was surprised to see the streetlights fixed. As usual, she went to the alley to feed stray cats. She muttered again that she really was like a witch. Dongjin hid nearby and heard her words. He became more determined to break her curse. The next day, Dongjin returned to his hometown. He found an old friend and asked her to gather others. He had something important to say. Then he met the village chief and got the key to his old house. The chief suggested selling it if he wouldn't return often. Recently, the area where Mi-jung lived was being turned into a resort, which raised property prices. Dongjin suddenly thought of something and asked if any strange events had happened recently. The chief said no accidents had happened since Mi-jung left. The laundromat owner's son getting hit by a wild boar was the last one. That night, Dongjin met the victim to learn. The man had felt bad for Mi-jung losing her father. He brought her some bread but was too shy to confess. He stayed for about 12 minutes. As soon as he stepped outside, a wild boar attacked him, leaving him badly injured. At night, friends gathered as planned. Dongjin gave each of them a book Mi-jung had translated. They were surprised but still called Mi-jung a witch. Dongjin told them he had seen Mi-jung recently. The curse, and even staying alive, was hard for her. He asked his friends to help gather data on all accidents around Mi-jung. He wanted to save this miserable girl. Da-eun was now a high school teacher. She easily took Dongjin to the school's records room. He took pictures of all the victim files, organized the needed data, and created a chart overnight. He found that during Mi-jung's time at school, accidents and deaths increased sharply. Most incidents happened around her. Dongjin decided to visit the injured students. The first was a boy who cut Mi-jung's and fell into the manhole. He liked her, but never confessed. The second was a boy who gave her candy and got into a car accident. He spent about 10 minutes with her and also liked her. Dongjin continued visiting others and found that all accidents happened within 10 meters of Mi-jung. After analyzing the data, he found a common pattern and established a hypothesis. 1. Being in the same space with her is dangerous. 2. Holding a conversation with her is dangerous. 3. Being acquainted with her is dangerous. 4. Confessing your feelings to her is dangerous. 5. Breaking all of these laws will result in death. However, the precondition for all these hypotheses was that one must have feelings for Mi-jung. That night, Da-eun visited. She was shocked by Dongjin's findings. Feeling guilty, she admitted that she spread the witch rumor out of jealousy when she found out her crush liked Mi-jung. She asked Dongjin to pass on her apology, but Dongjin thought she should do it herself. Da-eun then mentioned that Mi-jung got into Korea University as a direct junior to the senior. She suggested Dongjin look into her college life. The next morning, Dongjin rushed to Seoul to meet the senior, but he learned nothing useful, only that Mi-jung dropped out soon after enrolling. Dongjin then visited a movie ticket checker who once confessed to Mi-jung. The man often saw her watching movies late at night. Attracted by her beauty, he confessed, but only ended up getting hurt. Dongjin was surprised the man didn't die, but soon he noticed the man's name tag and realized Mi-jung never knew his real name. Back home, Dongjin changed the third hypothesis to, if she knows your name, it's dangerous. He measured the distance to Mi-jung's house, about 10 meters. Just then, the tape measure malfunctioned and couldn't retract, while Mi-jung opened the window. He quickly pulled the tape back by hand. Mi-jung then stepped onto her balcony, enjoying the snowfall. As she slowly walked toward the edge, there was a sudden noise. Dongjin got cut by the tape measure. He confirmed that being within 10 meters radius of her was dangerous. To gather more data, Dongjin met Mi-jung's only friend, Yoon-sil. She immediately recognized Dongjin as the strange man from the apartment and thought he was stalking Mi-jung. Dongjin quickly showed his investigation data, saying he wanted to help Mi-jung live a normal life. After reading his detailed analysis, Yoon-sil slowly lowered her guard and started talking about Mi-jung's past. She first met Mi-jung during the student council recruitment. Mi-jung always wore black and stayed in the corner, but she still caught the attention of many boys. One day, she ran into the senior in the hallway. He got nervous as soon as he saw her and instinctively stepped back. His girlfriend thought they were once a couple and stormed off in anger. Later, a boy kept following Mi Jong, insisting on watching a movie with her, even when she refused. He didn't give up and tried confessing, but he fell down the stairs. The witch's curse came true again. The senior's girlfriend was still angry because of Mi Jong. The senior had to publicly reveal that anyone who dated or liked Mi Jong would get hurt or die. The witch rumor soon spread throughout the university. During the final exams, Mi Jong finished early and left. The professor kept her under the excuse of giving guidance and wrote, "I love you" on the paper. Shocked, Mi Jong ran away. Afraid something might happen to the professor, she called an ambulance in advance, but they thought it was a prank. At that moment, Yoon Sil stopped her and invited her to have a meal, but Mi Jong was eager to leave. Yoon Sil noticed the professor sitting by the window, watching Mi Jong. Then he fell from the building. This incident confirmed the rumors that Mi Jong was a witch. She couldn't take it anymore and dropped out. Yoon Sil spent a long time searching for Mi Jong and finally found her in a remote village that was about to be demolished. The place was eerie, but she felt at ease. Yoon Sil felt sorry for her and asked why she dropped out. Mi Jong cut her off, saying she didn't need pity. Yoon Sil explained that it wasn't pity, and she just cared about her. Not wanting to bother Mi Jong, she left her phone number and walked away. A few months later, Mi Jong called, saying her house had been robbed. Yoon Sil scolded her for living in such a dangerous place. Mi Jong said it was the only way she could live alone. Yoon Sil felt sorry for the poor girl and decided to protect her like a sister. The next day, they rented a house with a yard. As Yoon Sil bargained with the landlord, Mi Jong smiled for the first time in a while. They became best friends. Dong Jin and Yoon Sil measured the distance between the professor and Mi Jong. At the time of the incident, they stayed about 10 meters apart, talked, confessed, and knew each other's identity. This matched all hypotheses he established. Yoon Sil then introduced two boys who had incidents after being near Mi Jong. Both were in the same space as her, and about 10 minutes later, accidents happened. Dong Jin confirmed his laws were correct. To avoid errors in the injured boy's memories, he decided to test the laws himself. From his observations, Mi Jong usually did translation work in the afternoon. During breaks, she drank coffee or ate instant noodles on the balcony. She worked until 2 a.m., then went out to feed stray cats when the streets were empty. Once a month, she randomly took a bus to the last stop and back. That was her way of traveling. Every Tuesday, a supermarket delivery man brought her daily supplies. Then, Dong Jin got a part-time job at this supermarket. He also bought gear from the motorcycle shop. On Tuesday, Dong Jin went to Mi Jong's home, excited. He rang the doorbell and started a timer. The moment Mi Jong opened the door, his heart raced. To delay time, he carried the boxes to her door, counted the items one by one, and made her sign the receipt. Mi Jong hadn't talked to strangers for a long time. As Dong Jin left, she couldn't help but thank him. Downstairs, he checked the timer. Less than 10 minutes, and nothing happened. In the following days, he secretly visited her house. He always left before 10 minutes, and nothing went wrong. Then one day, he decided to stay past 10 minutes. As he walked downstairs, he missed a step and twisted his ankle. Back home, he adjusted the first hypothesis. Being within 10 meters radius of her for over 10 minutes is dangerous. Dong Jin became her regular delivery man every Tuesday. Mi Jong slowly started talking to him. At checkout, she wanted to pay by card, but Dong Jin didn't bring the card reader. She went inside to get cash. With 10 minutes almost up, Dong Jin got nervous. Luckily, Mi Jong paid on time. He rushed downstairs and almost got hit by a motorcycle. Then the apartment sign loosened and fell toward him, injuring his wrist. He guessed there was a limit on conversation. Another Tuesday, Mi Jong grabbed a drink but saw a different delivery man. Disappointed, she carried the box and checked items alone. To protect himself, Dong Jin bought stronger armor and a helmet. Fully geared up, he returned to Mi Jong. Seeing him again, she smiled and happily checked the items with him. Dong Jin counted the exchanges during their conversation carefully. Before leaving, they had spoken 9 times. Mi Jong noticed his wrist and asked if he got injured after coming here. Dong Jin lied, saying he got hurt while exercising. Seeing her relieved face, he forgot how many times they exchanged words. Another incident happened. His motorcycle slipped, and he fell. This time, he confirmed that having a conversation that goes beyond 10 exchanges is dangerous. Yoon Sil visited him at the hospital and warned him to stop. If Mi Jong learned his name, his life could be in danger. But only Dong Jin knew. He liked her enough to risk everything. A month later, his injuries healed. Today was Mi Jong's bus trip day. He followed her from a distance, got on the same bus, and sat in the last row, about 11 meters away from her. Dong Jin enjoyed the trip, wishing for a traffic jam so the moment could last longer. On the way back, Mi Jong gave her seat to an old lady. Their distance shrank to 5 meters. Worse, the bus got stuck on a bridge due to heavy traffic. Dong Jin anxiously checked the time. Suddenly, strange lightning flashed in the sky. A truck nearby carried sharp steel pipes. Realizing the danger, he jumped out of the window. At that moment, Mi Jong opened her window and called his name. Now, he had been within 10 meters radius of her over 10 minutes, and she knew his name. Dong Jin remembered that there was never a report of lightning striking the Han River in winter. He looked at Mi Jong, smiled, and then jumped. In high school, Dong Jin often looked at Mi Jong without meaning to. Over time, she noticed him too and knew his name on his uniform tag. After graduation, she knew he had looked for her and later found his photo in the alumni book. However, when she saw him again, it was as he jumped off the bridge. Luckily, the ambulance arrived in time, and he was taken to the hospital. Mi Jong guessed he did it because of her. She anxiously searched the news and felt relieved when she saw he was out of danger. Meanwhile, Yoon Sil rushed to the hospital and angrily told him to stop. However, Dong Jin still asked her for a favor. He needed to confirm a variable. What would happen if Mi Jong loved someone? The next day, Yoon Sil took Mi Jong on a trip. She called Dong Jin and left the phone on the side. Then she asked Mi Jong if she had ever liked someone. Mi Jong thought for a moment and remembered her first love. It was the senior from church. He was an older guy she had known since they were young. She went to church every week just to see him. One day, she saw him buying epilepsy medicine at a pharmacy. Afraid she would expose his secret, he started avoiding her. When the senior graduated, he gave Mi Jong his study notes, but got stung by a hornet. Worried, she bought epilepsy medicine, but didn't dare to give it to him. Years later, when Mi Jong got into Korea University, the senior came to congratulate her, but he had no memory of the study notes. At that moment, she gave up on her feelings for him. During their conversation, Dong Jin noticed the senior met all the conditions, but wasn't in danger. He rushed home and found the study notes Mi Jong had thrown away. The next day, Dong Jin met her senior again and asked why he lied. The senior admitted he had fainted because of an epilepsy attack that year. He was grateful to Mi Jong for lying for him, but he never asked her to do that. Dong Jin was furious. Not only did the senior sacrifice Mi Jong to hide his shame, but he also spread rumors that she was a witch. Dong Jin pulled out the study notes. On the last page was the senior's confession to Mi Jong. He broke all the laws, yet lived fine. But Dong Jin became this mess just wanting to exchange one word with her. Back home, he sadly wrote "stalker" on the wall and pinned his own photo. Now he understood. The only variable was Mi Jong's heart. Only the man she loved could escape the curse. Dong Jin decided to bet everything on this final variable and make her fall for him. In the days that followed, Dong Jin worked out like crazy. When everything was ready, he texted Eun Sil and Kim, left his phone, and then headed to Mi Jong's house. He rang the doorbell, pretending to be the delivery guy to trick her into opening the door. Dong Jin told her about the efforts he made recently. Mi Jong interrupted him and warned him not to say anything. Dong Jin reassured her that it wasn't her fault. He wanted to say this to her himself a long time ago. He then placed gifts from their hometown on the ground and hoped her do whatever she wanted. This time, Dong Jin broke the law and spoke more than 10 exchanges. He walked down the street, dragging his suitcase, carefully avoiding any accidents. Suddenly, a truck sped straight toward him. Mi Jong opened the gift and found a USB drive inside. Dong Jin had returned to his hometown and taken photos of her old house. Everything looked just like she remembered. The USB also contained a video of Da Yoon apologizing. She admitted that, as a jealous child, she spread rumors about Mi Jong being a witch, causing her to be isolated and forced to leave home. Mi Jong had waited a long time for this apology. Now, she could finally let it go. Meanwhile, the police had a lead on the wanted criminal. Sensing danger, the man tried to escape. A police officer was stabbed in the leg by glass while trying to stop him. Luckily, Kim arrived just in time. The killer mocked the victim, saying she must have seduced the officer but was beaten even harder. In the end, Kim was suspended for excessive force. He went to the hospital and told the victim's mother the criminal had been caught. 2 weeks later, an official met Kim to discuss his transfer. She secretly handed him a drink, shyly hinting that she liked him. Yoon-sil, unable to reach Dong-jin, went to the police station to ask Kim for help. Kim's last contact with Dong-jin was the night he arrested the criminal. When he called back, no one answered. Only after Yoon-sil mentioned it did he realize Dong-jin was missing. Kim tracked down Dong-jin's former boss and found out where he lived. He then visited the agent, the convenience store guy, the supermarket owner, and the chairman to gather information about Dong-jin. Back at the apartment, Kim noticed a clue on the bookshelf. All the books were translated by Mi Jong. In her resume, there was a travel documentary produced by Yoon-sil. Curious, Kim asked how Yoon-sil knew Dong-jin, but she asked if he believed witches existed in the world. Kim suddenly realized that Dong-jin's message meant he had gone to Mi Jong. They rushed to Dong-jin's place and checked his computer for clues. Kim opened a website that required a username and password. He looked at the writing on the glass and entered it as the username. Then, he remembered Dong-jin had always studied witches in college and wrote a report. He tried to enter Dong-jin's student ID as the password, and it worked. The documents inside recorded Dong-jin's recent life-risking test results. In the closet, there were 3 pieces of damaged armor. Late at night, Dong-jin's phone alarm went off. It was Mi Jong's usual time to feed the stray cats. Kim followed her alone. After measuring the safe distance, he started a timer and spoke to her. After 10 exchanges, Kim said he knew better than anyone the story about dying if someone approached her. At the same time, Yoon-sil found the documents named Kim Jong-hyuk Incident Report data. One of them was about a recent victim. Kim, like Mi Jong, was cursed. Any woman who got close to him either got hurt or died. Yoon-sil appeared across the street calling Kim's name. She became interested in this poor man. At this time, they stayed 10 meters apart. The next day, the female officer was injured due to an accident. It seemed Kim's curse also kept hurting people around him. Mi Jong heard the doorbell and eagerly went downstairs. But it was Kim. He brought Dong-jin's first report from 10 years ago, denying the existence of the witch. "You are not a witch." That was what Dong-jin always wanted to tell Mi Jong. For the first time, Mi Jong visited Dong-jin's place. From his window, she could see her own home. She sat at his computer and looked through his documents. Kim told her that Dong-jin never cared if she was a witch. He spent years researching just to find a way to love her. He even substituted himself as the final variable. Maybe only Mi Jong knew where Dong-jin was. The next day, Yoon-sil came to the police station saying Mi Jong was missing too. Kim wasn't surprised. Watching her talk nonstop, he noticed she was interested in him, so he kept a safe distance. Since childhood, strange things always happened around him. To avoid his curse, he chose to live alone until Dong-jin appeared. From the start, Dong-jin knew Kim was cursed too, so he kept approaching Kim. He tried to save not just Mi Jong, but also Kim. He found that the 5 laws applied to both of them. So, his final advice to Kim was that he must love. Now, Kim needed a little time to take the first step, bravely. Mi Jong arrived in Austria to see the place she had always dreamed of. Dong-jin, who knew her best, was already waiting for her. While investigating his disappearance, Kim had found his exit records long ago. The two had spent more than 10 minutes together. However, Dong-jin still firmly said the words he had long wanted to say. I love you. Suddenly, Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder. He got up and left, ready to confirm the final variant. Bijong stopped him and said she had been thinking about him during the trip, worrying about his safety. She studied his data and found something he didn't know. People who liked her would have something bad happen to them and they drifted away. But when they were with her, nothing ever happened. She begged Dongjin to stay by her side, then finally said, "I love you too." Suddenly, the sky cleared up, and they held each other tightly. The witch's true heart was the only way to break the curse. Kim and Yoon Sil still kept a 10-meter distance. She stepped forward, and he stepped back. He feared that the laws Dongjin discovered might not work for her. But Yoon Sil wasn't afraid. After confessing, she got on the bus. Just then, Dongjin sent Kim a message. Final law, never stray far from her son. Kim immediately called Yoon Sil and ran after the bus as fast as he could. No one knew if this was really the last law. But as long as two people love each other, they will always find a way, because love conquers all. Was attacked and disfigured by her ex-boyfriend. After seeing her wounds, the doctor quickly figured out how she was injured. Her cheekbone was broken in the first attack. Then, the attacker hit her again, pushing a bone into her cheekbone. The doctor quickly planned the best treatment. He first removed the stuck bone, then fixed the broken pieces, and finally repaired her face. The doctor's name was Cha Jung. He was the top plastic surgeon in the country. He could turn plain-looking actresses into the most popular ad stars. His great skills and sharp eye made him the star in the hospital. But Cha Jung had one flaw: his odd personality. He was very rational. A few days ago, the poor woman came to Cha Jung. She asked to change her entire face and become someone else. Cha Jung saw that her eyes avoided his when she spoke, as if she was afraid of something, and her face was perfect with no flaws. He suggested she think again to make sure she really wanted to change how she looked. Then the woman got into the elevator to leave, but she always felt like someone was watching her. That night, Cha Jung was going home from work when the director stopped him. The woman he diagnosed during the day was hurt in the parking lot. It was in critical condition. As a plastic surgeon, Cha Jung didn't want to operate on a trauma patient, but the director begged him and mentioned his past as an emergency doctor. Seeing the woman in pain, Cha Jung gave in and agreed to do the surgery. On the other side, police officer Lee Min-young arrived at the crime scene. Apart from broken glass on the ground, no useful clues were found. The car happened to block the view of their argument, so there was no footage of the woman being hit. But her ex-boyfriend submitted a medical report of his injuries. He even claimed the woman attacked him first. Without evidence, the police ruled it as a mutual fight. In truth, the man didn't want to break up and kept bothering the woman. In desperation, the woman pushed him and he fell, cutting his hand on broken glass. Unfortunately, the camera only caught the moment he fell. Lee Min-hyun, wanting justice for the woman, went to Cha Jung-woo's office. She asked Cha Jung-woo to write a report on the woman's injuries, proving her ex-boyfriend acted on purpose. A few days ago, to catch a scammer who was a plastic surgery beauty, Lee Min-hyun dressed up sexy and went to a club. Interestingly, the scammer had once gotten breast implants from Cha Jung-woo. Cha Jung-woo touched the woman's face and found out she had shaved her cheekbones, which were now necrotic. He told her she must go to the hospital for repair. While Lee Min-hyun confirmed the target and prepared to act, a man came over to flirt with her. As the woman watched Cha Jung-woo leave, she noticed her own wanted poster. Terrified, she ran away. Lee Min-hyun took off her high heels and caught her in no time. Before being taken to the police car, the woman shouted at Cha Jung-woo, begging him to fix her cheekbones. She even said Cha Jung-woo had X-ray vision. He only touched her face, but knew her bones were bad. Lee Min-hyun admired Cha Jung-woo's sharp observation skills and asked for his help. But Cha Jung-woo refused. He said he couldn't reveal patient info without a warrant. Since Cha Jung-woo wouldn't cooperate, Lee Min-hyun had to find another way. Meanwhile, Due to a lack of evidence, the attacker was released without charge. The lawyer warned the man to behave, which made him angry. Lee Min-hyung showed up in time to stop him and found a tracking app on his phone. Meanwhile, the woman's injuries were not serious. Cha Jung-woo asked her to come back for a checkup in 10 days. The woman felt hopeless, unsure if she could survive those 10 days. Her fears were right. As soon as she reached the parking lot, her ex-boyfriend kidnapped her again. Lee Min-hyung, worried something might happen, came to protect. Her butt was a bit late. She tried to reverse her car quickly, but accidentally hit another car. Coincidentally, Cha Jung-woo had just gotten off work. After Lee Min-hyung explained, they followed the man's car. On the way, the woman kept provoking the man. The man lost his patience and revealed his true nature. But the woman wasn't weak anymore. Before she left the hospital, Cha Jung-woo had encouraged her to face her fears. He said he could help her change her looks, but she had to change her heart herself. So before getting in the car, the woman had turned on her camera to record everything. She wanted evidence to make the man pay for what he did. At that moment, Cha Jung-woo hit the gas and stopped the man. Lee Min-hyung broke the car window and arrested the man for kidnapping, confinement, and assault. A tracking device was also found on the back of the woman's car. Cha Jung-woo called an ambulance and told the paramedics what to watch out for. Later, he also provided a report on the woman's injuries from the assault. Cha Jung-woo seemed cold, but he hid a secret side of himself. Years ago, he was about to marry his girlfriend. On the day they tried on wedding clothes, they saw a car accident. As a surgeon, Cha Jung-woo gave first aid and went to the hospital with the ambulance to do surgery. After the surgery, he got a call from his girlfriend. Something seemed wrong with her. He rushed home, but had a car accident on the way. His life changed from that day. One day, Cha Jung-woo was performing surgery on a young woman. Just as the surgery began, the woman's mother burst into the hospital with the police, demanding they stop immediately. Cha Jung-woo ignored the noise outside. The patient was an adult and had agreed to the surgery. Delaying the surgery while under anesthesia would not help the patient. So the team decided to finish the operation. After the surgery, the mother rushed to blame Cha Jung-woo, saying he pushed a mentally ill person to have. But Cha Jung-woo said he followed all the rules, and there was no issue. In fact, he only did the surgery after fully understanding the woman's wishes. It turned out the woman had a twin sister who had passed away in an accident. Since then, her mother had put all her feelings for the sister onto her. The woman couldn't bear this pain, so she chose plastic surgery to change her face, hoping her mother would move on from the sadness. On the other side, the police received a report that a girl was assaulted in an internet cafe restroom. The attacker's face was cut with a knife. Lee Min-hyung arrived at the scene immediately. The victim and her boyfriend were still trembling in a toilet stall. The boyfriend explained that he and his girlfriend were playing games at the cafe when he noticed the staff sneaking glances at her. At first, he didn't think much of it. Later, his girlfriend went to the restroom, and the staff followed her with bad intentions. The boyfriend sensed something was wrong and followed too. When he reached the door, he heard a scream from inside. He pushed the door open and saw his girlfriend holding a knife, looking nervous, while the staff was on the ground with a cut on his face. After hearing this, Lee Min-hyung told the girl she must go to the hospital for evidence collection. At the same time, the staff was taken to Cha Jung-woo's hospital, but his reaction was strange. He was very worried about scars and tightly held his clothes while getting his wound stitched. Cha Jung-woo noticed something was off, but said nothing to protect the patient's privacy. After the girl collected evidence, her boyfriend rushed over, looking very anxious. Lee Min-hyung saw a few drops of blood on the boy's shoes and kept them as evidence at the police station. Not long after, she went to the hospital. Cha Jung-woo told her the staff needed immediate surgery. It turned out the staff was biologically female. 3 weeks ago, he had breast implants, but the surgical site was badly infected. The implants had to be removed to save his life. Then Lee Min-hyung remembered the girl's expression looked very unnatural when she said she was assaulted. She realized the couple might be lying. After the surgery, Lee Min-hyung asked Cha Jung-woo for the staff's medical records. Cha Jung-woo refused. At the same time, someone purposely spread details of the case online. Netizens all blamed the staff, calling him a scumbag and even accusing him of being a repeat offender. The captain, under pressure from public opinion, wanted to close the case quickly. He ordered his team to take the staff from the hospital to the police station. Just as they were about to leave, Cha Jung-woo stopped them. He pointed out that the wound's starting point was twice as deep as the end, meaning the direction was top to bottom. This suggested the attacker was taller than the staff, but the girl who claimed she was assaulted was shorter than the staff. Meanwhile, Lee Min-hyung got the boy's shoe test report. The blood on it belonged to the staff and was confirmed to have splashed during quick knife swings. It was clear the staff was in. Lee Min-hyung quickly went to arrest the boyfriend who lied. In the interrogation room, faced with clear evidence, the boy had to tell the truth. He said he accidentally spilled beer while playing a game. The staff came up, but this caused him to lose the game. Then they started arguing. Meanwhile, the girl wanted to use the restroom. The staff was biologically female, but he didn't want anyone to know, so he waited outside. Angry, the boy pushed the staff into the restroom and hurt him on purpose. The couple then made up a story about harassment in front of the staff. Finally, Lee Min-hyung arrested the couple for causing harm and making false accusations. That night, the staff went to the hospital and gave a drawing to Cha Jung-woo to thank him for keeping his surgery and transgender identity private. Cha Jung-woo acted like he didn't care, but he felt warm inside. That night, Lee Min-hyung got a report about a man who fell to his death. The victim was middle-aged. A few days earlier, Lee Min-hyung had seen him at Cha Jung-woo's hospital. Back then, the man accused Cha Jung-woo of refusing to perform surgery on his daughter. He also complained that Cha Jung-woo only cared about money. Was the man claimed that his daughter got burned by hot water while bathing, but Cha Jung thought he was lying. If hot water spilled, people would instinctively protect themselves with their hands, but the girl's hands were fine. The man impatiently asked if the surgery could be done. Cha Jung-woo didn't explain much. He just said the hospital doesn't do reconstructive surgery. The man got very angry and caused a scene at the front desk, accusing Cha Jung-woo of looking down on him. On the man's body, Lee Min-hyung found a will. It was full of curses aimed at Cha Jung-woo. After the case was exposed, Cha Jung-woo and the hospital faced bad public opinion. When Cha Jung-woo appeared in the parking lot, many reporters surrounded him. At a key moment, a lawyer friend saved him. Cha Jung-woo seemed alone, but he actually had friends who trusted him completely. But some patients canceled their surgeries because they no longer trusted him. A project planning to hire Cha Jung-woo as a doctor was also put on hold. To clear Cha Jung-woo's name and protect the hospital's income, the director held a press conference. He announced that the hospital would work with the police and provide free surgeries and medical support for victims. Cha Jung-woo would be the lead surgeon. Later, the director took Cha Jung-woo to the police station to sign the agreement. At the same time, Lee Min-young was looking for clues. The crime scene was too clean. The man had marked some hospital visits for his daughter's scar treatment on the calendar. In the house, there were freshly dry-cleaned coats and polished shoes. Lee Min-hyung couldn't understand why a father like that would choose to end his life. The latest autopsy report showed the man had lung cancer, but Lee Min-hyung was still doubtful. She asked the man's daughter for clues. The girl complained about her father. Years ago, her mother left home, and her drunk father caused the injury on her face. The father felt guilty for years, but to the girl, guilt didn't matter. Her life was already ruined. Now, she just wanted the investigation to end, so she didn't want her life to be held back because of her ex-convict father. Lee Min-hyung said she understood how the girl felt. Years ago, she also faced a similar situation when a family member was involved in a drug business. Still, she promised to investigate the case thoroughly. That night, the neighbor of the victim provided a clue. On the day of the incident, the neighbor saw a suspicious man wearing strange shoes. However, she had been drinking and was confused, so she didn't report it early, fearing it might mislead the investigation. The police quickly realized something was wrong with the case. The suspicious man had taped the soles of his shoes to avoid leaving footprints, making him likely the real killer. Even the suicide note might have been fake, meant to frame Cha Jung. Meanwhile, as Cha Jung was going home after work, a car suddenly sped toward him. A beautiful woman just won the first round of a modeling contest. While she was happy, an evil woman passed at her. Her precious face was completely destroyed. Last night, a mysterious person tried to kill Cha Jung. Luckily, Lee Min Young arrived in time. The man quickly drove away from the scene. Lee Min Young had been worried the killer might harm Cha Jung, so she went to find him. She saw a masked man driving and following Cha Jung. Lee Min Young followed the car right away. On the way, she asked her colleague to check the license plate and found out the car was stolen. She then noticed the man was trying to hit Cha Jung with his car, so she stepped on the gas. Seeing Cha Jung sitting on the ground and shot, Lee Min Young reached out to him with concern. For a moment, Cha Jung thought of his late girlfriend. Afterwards, the police found the car, but the man was missing. At that time, a colleague brought a security video. The man fell. Lee Min Young suspected the man in the video was the one who attacked Cha Jung. The next day, the victim's daughter came to see Cha Jung. She overheard the police talk and learned the suspect might have a grudge against Cha Jung. She wanted to ask Cha Jung about the killer's identity. Cha Jung had no idea. He went to Lee Min Young to get more information, but the police had no progress so far. Lee Min Young asked if Cha Jung Woo had any enemies. Cha Jung Woo firmly said no. He got back in the car and remembered something from the past. Years ago, Cha Jung Woo's girlfriend was suspected to have been killed by a drug addict. After the man was caught, Cha Jung Woo angrily pulled off his mask and saw his face. The media also used the chance to expose the criminal. Back to the present, a big model contest was happening. A girl named Hee Young made it to the finals. Because of this, some competitors were jealous. When Hee Young went to the bathroom, she overheard others gossiping about their life. She looked upset. I thought they were just kids. After the shoot, a middle-aged woman stopped Hee Young. The woman stared at her with hatred and threw ashes on her face. Hee Young's face burned, and she screamed in pain. The woman was caught on the spot. Nearby cameras showed the woman had been watching Hee Young for 30 minutes before the attack. She first said Hee Young was pretty and slim, then asked who she was. She seemed mentally unstable, but Hee Young suffered bad. Half of her face was ruined. Looking at her new photo taken today, Hee Young broke down and cried. She couldn't understand why the stranger had done such a thing to her. Later, Hee Young was sent to the plastic surgery for Cha Jung. Coincidentally, Hee Young had once had cheekbone surgery there. Cha Jung told her the implants in her cheekbones must be removed. However, Hee Young only cared if the surgery scars on her face. Her job completely depended on her looks. Cha Jung coldly told her to stop crying. The wounds on her face must not get infected. Hee Young felt scared to stay in the hospital, but Cha Jung said it wasn't his decision. When the director found out, he quickly agreed. For him, it was a great chance to leave the hospital. At this moment, Cha Jung said he planned to make Hee Young his last free service patient. After this, he decided not to do any more charity cases. At the same time, Lee Min Young found no evidence that the woman was targeting Hee Young on purpose. This case seemed to be a random crime, but during later questioning, the woman mentioned her husband. She said her husband cheated on her and his lover might be Hee Young. This information leaked from the police station. The media started spreading fake scandals about Hee Young. Meanwhile, Hee Young finished her surgery. Lee Min Young, worried about her, rushed to the hospital and saw a suspicious man leave. When asked, Hee Young firmly said she was never anyone's mistress. Later, Lee Min Young confronted his husband. The husband's story was totally different. He said he didn't know Hee Young at all. He admitted to having an affair, but it was with another woman. He said his wife had followed him. He knew the mistress. The husband suspected his wife had taken too much antidepressant medicine, which affected her mind. After hearing this, Lee Min Young suspected the woman had another hidden reason for the crime. Not long after, Hee Young's boyfriend came to visit her in the hospital. Hee Young looked upset, but the man didn't care at all. Instead, he blamed her for not protecting her face as a model because of the rumors. He also suspected Hee Young of seeing another man. Hee Young got very angry and shouted at him to leave. At night, Lee Min Young kept thinking something felt off, as if someone was coming. She answered her colleague to find out. The next day, the woman was released because of mental illness and being a first-time offender. But Lee Min Young didn't give up. She first showed the woman a photo of another victim, lying that it was Hee Young. Then she made a call near the woman on purpose, mentioning that Hee Young was recovering in a plastic surgery hospital. As expected, the woman secretly took a taxi to the hospital. The police followed her. Late at night, the woman carefully sneaked into Hee Young's hospital. Cha Jung-woo saw this and tried to follow her, but Lee Min-hyung stopped him. It turned out the police had already moved Hee Young to safety. The patient in the room was actually an undercover officer, but the woman only took a photo of Hee Young's face after surgery. After leaving the hospital, police quietly followed her. In the car, the woman called someone, but no one answered. Soon she suspiciously arrived at a building. At the same time, Hee Young was taken back to the hospital by a policeman. On his way home, Cha Jung-woo saw Hee Young's glamorous image on a big screen and remembered her desperate expression earlier. He quickly drove back to the hospital. In the hospital room, Hee Young was crying nonstop. By the time Cha Jung-woo arrived, she was gone. He saw the elevator had just gone to the rooftop and realized something was wrong. He ran up the stairs. On the rooftop, Hee Young stood there, thinking about her past beauty. When she thought about how she looked now, she lost all hope to live. Luckily, at the last moment, Cha Jung-woo grabbed her and saved her. Hee Young cried, saying her life was completely ruined. Cha Jung-woo, angry, told her that death wouldn't solve anything. He said only by living could there be hope. On the other side, Lee Min-hyung was sure the woman didn't know Hee Young. She believed someone must have told the woman to throw the acid. As expected, the woman went to meet a lady and said she had finished the job. The lady was very nervous and told her to take the money and leave quickly. But when the woman heard the amount, she picked up a hot coffee cup and pretended to throw it at the lady. The lady covered her face, but the woman stopped and smiled deeply. Then she took out a recorder and threatened the lady to give her more hush money. When the woman left the house, she had a luxury bag and a stack of cash. Later, police got a dash cam from a driver, which proved their guess was right. Further investigation showed the woman was the nanny of the lady's family. The lady was the wife of a model agency's CEO, and Hee Young had worked in that agency. On the other side, Cha Jung-woo saved Hee Young, but was full of worries. He vented his emotions by fencing non-stop. Later, he drank alone, lost in thought. Scenes of his fiancée kept replaying in his mind. Then, Lee Min-hyung, seeing that Cha Jung-woo was drunk, the boss answered the phone for him. Lee Min-hyung came and took Cha Jung-woo away. At the same time, Cha Jung-woo's lawyer friend and a hospital colleague was waiting for him in the parking lot. Lee Min-hyung brought Cha Jung-woo to the parking lot. We were asked when they could stop a project of helping victims from plastic surgery. Lee Min-hyung couldn't give a clear answer. The lawyer reminded her that facing victims was hard for Cha Jung-woo because he was a victim too. 7 years ago, he lost his fiancée in a crime. The lawyer believed that Cha Jung-woo's contact with victims kept reopening. The next day, Lee Min-hyung heard that a man often visited Hee Young's hospital. This time, she got useful information. The man's daughter was friends with Hee Young. Both were models for the same company. With Lee Min-hyung's encouragement, Hee Young finally told the truth. Years ago, her close friend was harassed by their boss and later took her own life. Hee Young recorded the whole incident and sent the boss to jail. Lee Min-hyung promised to seek justice for them. The police first detained the nanny, who was an accomplice, then arrested the lady. This time, the nanny told the truth and handed over all evidence. Faced with the proof, the lady stopped denying everything. Under her husband's influence, she also blamed Hee Young for her husband's time in prison. Then the couple planned the attack. Soon, the couple's crimes against Hee Young were exposed by the media. Hee Young secretly took the nurse's scissors and hid them. But as she left the hospital room, she met Cha Jung-woo. He noticed the scissors in her pocket and told her they were for cutting bandages and couldn't harm anyone. He advised her not to do anything foolish. He said the best revenge was to live well, not to give up her life as her enemy wished. Moved by his words, Hee Young decided to have the surgery and start over. Cha Jung did his best to restore her appearance as much as possible. After the surgery, Lee Min-hyung found Cha Jung. She came to take the surgery records to convict some suspects. At the same time, she praised Cha Jung-woo for helping the victim and slipped some candy into his pockets. Though her wound wasn't fully healed, Hee Young joined the model contest finals, but there was no miracle. She didn't make the top 3. Just as everyone felt disappointed, the camera focused on Hee Young. Because of her unyielding spirit, Chanel chose her as their representative model. People from the hospital and police station clapped for Hee Young. The happiest one was Cha Jung. When he was alone, he took out the candy from Lee Min Young, tried it, and smiled softly. The next day, Cha Jung met with a middle-aged man. The man showed a photo of a young boy and said he wanted double eyelids like the boys. Even though the man didn't need the surgery, Cha Jung agreed. Coincidentally, right after the man's surgery, the boy in the photo came to the hospital. The boy said he wanted single eyelids like the man's. Cha Jung arranged for them to meet. It turned out the boy was adopted by the man. Recently, the boy learned he wasn't the man's biological son, which made their relationship distant. But both of them wanted to change their looks to resemble each other. Now, they understood each other's feelings. The gap between them disappeared. Soon, the police found a clue about the mysterious person in the falling case. After watching the video, Lee Min Young's face turned pale. She quickly left to find Cha Jung Woo. At that time, Cha Jung Woo noticed someone was following him. He chased the person and caught him. Suddenly, the man pulled out a knife and ran away. Lee Min Young arrived, got out of the car, and started chasing him. While she was alone, the suspicious man showed up again. He took off his mask, revealing his face. Lee Min Young stared at him, her eyes turning red. A beautiful teacher fell in love with her own student. To hide their relationship, they even broke the law. Last night, Lee Min Young chased the mysterious person who was following Cha Jung. To her surprise, it turned out to be her brother, Lee Jin-seok. Years ago, Lee Min Young had just started as a neighborhood police officer. Her first case was a murder in an apartment. The suspect was her own brother. The investigation showed he had taken illegal drugs and killed a young woman next door. With enough evidence in his criminal record, he was arrested. After being caught, Lee Jin-seok claimed he was innocent and begged Lee Min Young to reopen the case, but she didn't want to be involved with it. She scolded him in jail and left quickly. Now, Lee Min Young asked why he was following Cha Jung. Lee Jin-seok said his life was ruined because of Cha Jung. At the time, Cha Jung was somehow involved in Lee Jin-seok's case. Lee Min Young refused to listen and tried to handcuff him. Lee Jin-seok resisted, put her away, and escaped. Cha Jung-woo arrived and asked if she saw the person's face. Lee Min Young stayed silent. She didn't want anyone to know they were siblings. Cha Jung-woo noticed her arm was injured and told her to treat it. Lee Min Young refused. She even forgot her coat and left in a hurry. Afterward, Cha Jung checked the security footage and noticed the man following him had a knife. He started to suspect the man might be a drug addict with a grudge against him, but he didn't know about the connection between Lee Min Young and the man. Cha Jung-woo went to the police station to ask if Lee Jin-seok had been released. The police couldn't tell due to the police. Meanwhile, Lee Min Young was checking her Lee Jin-seok's file on the computer. The day after Lee Jin-seok was released from prison, a man fell to his death. It seemed too much of a coincidence. Lee Min Young was about to use her phone, but realized she forgot her jacket. She quickly contacted Cha Jung-woo. He gave her an address to come and pick it up. In the elevator, Lee Min Young met an angry delivery man. He was on the phone, saying he would teach someone a lesson if he lost his delivery fee because of a delay. Lee Min Young didn't think much of it at the time. A moment later, she heard a woman screaming next door. She rushed over and saw the delivery men running away. A boy lay in broken glass, covered in blood. Lee Min Young chased the delivery man and immediately kicked him down, catching him without hesitation. Cha Jung-woo gave first aid to the boy. Soon, an ambulance arrived, but the boy's parents insisted on seeing a plastic surgeon first. Cha Jung-woo suggested taking the boy to the plastic surgery hospital where he worked. At the police station, the woman explained what happened. When she accidentally dropped the money for the delivery fee, the delivery man thought she was mocking him and barged in. The boy tried to protect him, leading to a fight. He was pushed into a mirror and got hurt. Then the woman said she and the boy were cousins. At that moment, the colleague brought the delivery man's file. He had several criminal records and was currently on probation. During the questioning, the delivery man tried hard to defend himself. He claimed that when he arrived, the boy was already lying on the ground. He said he was being framed. Lee Min Young mentioned the delivery man's record, which made him very angry. The delivery man said he ran away because he feared people would judge him because of his past. This reminded Lee Min Young of his brother. When Lee Jin-seok was arrested, he also claimed he had never killed anyone. Young started to wonder if she had won. She took her Lien Xiang's photo and showed it to the victim's daughter. The girl said she had seen the man at her father's funeral. Now, Li Minhyung felt very confused and wanted to find the truth. Meanwhile, Cha Jung-woo was operating. He noticed the wound on the boy's chin was deeper than the others. He also found bruises on the boy's arm, which seemed caused by external force. The hospital director saw Cha Jung-woo's kindness toward patients. Originally, Cha Jung-woo agreed to do free surgery for 3 victims, but the boy was the 4th. The director believed he did it out of a doctor's instinct. At the same time, Lee Min-hyung went to the hospital room and got a statement that was mostly the same as the woman's. When she was leaving, Cha Jung-woo stopped her. He insisted on treating her injured arm. During the treatment, Cha Jung-woo mentioned a suspect named Lee Jin-seok. He asked Lee Min-hyung to check if the person had been released from prison. She didn't expect him to guess so accurately, but she refused, saying it violated the rules. Cha Jung-woo didn't push further. Instead, he showed her a blood-stained piece of glass. It had been removed from the boy's chin. Its depth, shape, and angle were different from the other wounds. Cha Jung suspected the boy's chin was stabbed intentionally. Just then, the boy came to ask about the surgery. He saw a piece of bloody glass and asked if it was taken from his face. Lee Min-hyung said in cases like this, police always get a report from the doctor. Later, she went to the crime scene to collect evidence. On the wall, she saw a close photo of his so-called cousin. She realized their relationship wasn't normal. Back at the police station, Lee Min-hyung learned from a colleague that the boy hadn't left his home for 15 days before the incident. On the other side, the boy's surgery was successful. Cha Jung-woo noticed a patient watching the boy's room closely. When spotted, the patient looked nervous and quickly left. Cha Jung-woo then went to visit the boy in his room. The woman asked about the report he gave to the police. She seemed very curious, but Cha Jung-woo found her suspicious and didn't tell him. Later, he thought about her more strange behavior. She didn't act like a sister caring for her brother. Cha Jung even found a bugging device under his desk. He then went to question the suspicious patient. The patient said he was the boy's high school classmate. The woman wasn't the boy's cousin, but an intern teacher at the school. Relationship with the boy. Then Cha Jung checked the surveillance footage and confirmed the woman was suspicious. He tried to call Lee Min-hyung, but got no answer. So he shared the information with Lee's colleague. At the same time, Lee Min-hyung arrived at the boy's house. The woman was suspected of giving false statements, so Lee Min-hyung tried to take her to the police station for questioning. In a panic, the woman admitted she was in a relationship with the boy. On the day of the incident, she wanted to break up, but the boy refused and threatened her with a private video. They argued, and during the fight, the boy accidentally hit a mirror. To avoid the video being exposed, the woman framed the delivery man. Also hid their relationship to protect her job since the teacher hiring exam was coming soon. At this time, Cha Jung-woo returned to his building and saw Lee Min-hyung's car. He felt uneasy. The patient had told him the teacher would do anything to get what she wanted, and the boy disappeared for a long time. Later, a student started spreading rumors about their improper relationship. Not long after, that student jumped off a rooftop near the school and died. Cha Jung-woo, worried about Lee Min-hyung's safety, rushed upstairs and banged on the door, but it was too late. As Lee Min-hyung insisted on taking the woman for questioning, the boy, hiding in the dark, knocked her out. The crazed woman then urged the boy to kill Lee Min-hyung. It turned out they had fire extinguisher. Lee Min-hyung regained consciousness. The woman immediately blamed, saying he should not have used violence. The woman ran out. Their game seems distracted by cheap. Young's car. He felt uneasy. The patient had told him the teacher would do anything to get what she wanted, and the boy disappeared. Later, the students started spreading rumors about their improper relationship. Not long after, that student jumped off a rooftop near the school and died. Cha Jung, worried about leaving Young's safety, rushed upstairs and banged on the door, but it was too late. As Lee Min Young insisted on taking the woman for questioning, the boy hiding in the dark knocked her out. The crazed woman then urged the boy to kill Lee Min Young. It turned out they had pushed the student who jumped off the building. Cha Jung-woo broke the lock with a fire extinguisher. Lee Min Young regained consciousness. The woman immediately blamed the boy, saying he should not have used violence. The boy, overwhelmed, ran out of the house. On the way, the woman's threats kept repeating in his mind. Cha Jung-woo and the police caught him quickly. They found a communicator on him, revealing the woman had been controlling him like a devil. Cleverly, Lee Min Young had turned on his phone's recording before entering the house, capturing everything the woman said. Exposed, the woman confessed. She had beaten the boy for missing their date because he was distracted by a young girl on TV. She even warned him that if he didn't obey, she would accuse him of being a rapist and send him to prison for life. As for the delivery man, he was just an unlucky scapegoat. The incident ended. Cha Jung-woo was very worried about Lee Min Hyung's injury, but Lee Min Hyung avoided him because of her brother. Cha Jung-woo noticed her avoiding him and started to feel suspicious. Meanwhile, Lee Min Hyung felt guilty toward the delivery man with a criminal record. She also began to wonder if Lee Jin-seok's case was a wrongful conviction because of his past. So, she restarted her investigation. First, she got Lee Jin-seok's address from her mom. Then she checked surveillance footage of Lee Jin-seok taking a taxi outside prison. The night of the falling incident, he did go to the victim's house, but now he wasn't living at his registered address. That night, feeling down, Lee Min Hyung ate at her usual street stall and unexpectedly ran into Cha Jung-woo. She carefully brought up Lee Jin-seok and learned that Cha Jung-woo wasn't looking for revenge. Cha Jung-woo was worried he had indirectly caused the fallen man's death. This made Lee Min Hyung feel even guiltier toward this kind man. She downed half a glass of beer and silently promised to help Cha Jung-woo uncover the truth. For a moment, Cha Jung-woo was stunned, because his late fiancé drank half a glass of alcohol each time. Later, he went to the parking lot and found his car covered with graffiti. He said, "Murderer, do you know that?" At the same time, he got a call from his lawyer. The lawyer found out that Lee Jin-seok had just been released on parole last month, and that he had a sister who worked as a cop. On the other side, Lee Min Hyung found a keychain among the victim's belongings. The keychain had the name of a medical association, a volunteer doctor group for prisoners. The girl remembered her father and Lee Jin-seok had been in the same prison. Soon after, both Lee Min Hyung and Cha Jung-woo used their networks to find Lee Jin-seok's real address. They met unexpectedly, but Lee Jin-seok wasn't home. Lee Min Hyung suspected that Cha Jung-woo wanted private revenge. Cha Jung-woo said he doubted Lee Jin-seok was not the real killer of his fiancée, so he had to find out the truth. Then he asked about the progress on the fallen man, wondering if Lee Jin-seok was involved. Lee Min Hyung looked nervous and lied, saying it wasn't confirmed yet. Suddenly, Cha Jung-woo got an urgent call from his colleague and left. Meanwhile, Lee Min Hyung sent the keychain for testing. The fingerprints had been accidentally wiped off by the victim's daughter. Lee Min Hyung decided to start investigating the medical association. She met the president and asked if she remembered Lee Jin-seok. When the president saw the photo, she surprisingly mentioned Cha Jung-woo's fiancée. It turned out she was Cha Jung-woo's mother. After learning this, Lee Min Hyung left in a hurry. The president then looked at an old photo taken during a prison service event. She saw both Lee Jin-seok and the victim in the picture. They clearly knew each other. At the same time, Lee Min Hyung visited the neighbor of the victim. She showed the neighbor a photo of Lee Jin-seok, hoping for more details. But it was too dark at the time, and the neighbor saw nothing. Elsewhere, Cha Jung-woo went to see his mother, brought by his colleague. Their relationship was very cold. Cha Jung-woo planned to work abroad as a project doctor. His mother said he was running away and living in the past. But Cha Jung-woo firmly said his fiancée would always live in his heart. After meeting his mother, Cha Jung-woo practiced fencing again and again. His mind was still filled with memories of the accident 7 years ago and his fiancée's murder. Late at night, Cha Jung-woo, eager for the truth, went to Lee Jin-seok's house again. He broke the lock and forced his way in. The walls were covered with details about the case of Cha Jung-woo's fiancée, who died 7 years ago. What shocked him more was a photo of Lee Min-hyung on the wall. He remembered the lawyer telling him that Lee Jin-seok had a police officer sister. From Lee Min-hyung's recent behavior, Cha Jung-woo guessed their relationship. Meanwhile, Lee Min-hyung noticed the alarm from a device she set up at Lee Jin-seok's door. She thought her brother had returned, but when she got there, she found Cha Jung-woo inside. Cha Jung-woo revealed their sibling relationship and accused Lee Min-hyung of trying to hide the truth. But Lee Min-hyung insisted she would not cover for anyone, not even her brother. At that moment, she got a message for help from the victim's neighbor. Realizing the danger, she rushed over. Earlier, the victim's daughter had visited the neighbor for drinks and then fell asleep. But now, Lee Jin-seok had quietly entered the house. Cha Jung-woo risked his life to find the killer of his fiancée, but in the end, he found the killer might be himself. At that moment, the girl was in danger. The neighbor tried to get killer's attention but was chased. When the two arrived, they only saw the girl lying in a pool of blood. In a daze, Cha Jung-woo saw the image of his fiancée's death, with rose petals under her body. Lee Min-hyung kept calling his name, bringing him back to his senses. He gave first aid and told the medics to take the girl to the hospital immediately. He also asked Lee Min-hyung to locate the killer. Later, the ambulance passed by Lee Jin-seok. The neighbor said the killer was the same person from the night the girl's father fell. She had taken photos of him committing the crime, but it was too blurry to see his face clearly. Then, Lee Min-hyung noticed in the photo that the girl had scratched the killer's arm while resisting. She quickly contacted Cha Jung-woo, asking him to help police collect possible DNA evidence. Hours later, the girl was out of danger. Cha Jung-woo would need to perform follow-up surgery. Meanwhile, Lee Min-hyung found a camera near the hallway lights. This was how the killer got the door code. The colleague shared news that the police had located the killer using phone signals, but when they reached the convenience store, the killer was gone. After the surgery, Cha Jung-woo asked Lee Min-hyung if Lee Jin-seok was doing this to get revenge on him. Lee Min-hyung couldn't answer because, like Cha Jung-woo, she didn't understand what was happening. At night, Cha Jung-woo looked at the photos he took from Lee Jin-seok's house. He thought carefully about where he was when his fiancée had the accident. The next day, the unconscious girl woke up in shock. Because of her terrible experience, she forgot some memories of the incident. Meanwhile, Cha Jung-woo searched online for news about Lee Jin-seok. He wanted to use the news photos to ask the girl if Lee Jin-seok was the attacker that night. His colleague stopped him, saying it would hurt the girl again. Cha Jung-woo couldn't understand why Lee Jin-seok would harm an innocent person if he wanted revenge on him. Meanwhile, Lee Min-hyung's team leader said they couldn't call Lee Jin-seok the killer without proof. Lee Min-hyung explained that 7 years ago, Lee Jin-seok fought with Cha Jung-woo during a transfer. His face and personal details were made public. She thought this could be his motive for the attack. When the leader learned Lee Min-hyung and Lee Jin-seok were siblings, he ordered Lee Min-hyung off the case. Even so, Lee Min-hyung decided to investigate in secret. She read books from her brother's house and realized he was collecting evidence to prove his innocence. She guessed her brother approached Cha Jung-woo not for revenge, but to confirm something. Later, her colleague told her a warrant was issued for Lee Jin-seok. Cha Jung-woo and Lee Min-hyung arrived one after another, but Lee Jin-seok had already escaped. At night, Cha Jung-woo stayed outside his house, waiting. The hospital called and said an emergency patient needed surgery. He had to return to the hospital. Tonight's emergency patient was a female star. She had hip surgery not long ago. While filming, intense movement caused her implant to shift, but during the consultation, Cha Jung-woo was distracted. After explaining briefly, he left. Then the lawyer called. Lee Jin-seok had just visited the law office, asking for help to get a retrial. To raise lawyer fees, he even worked in a casino. Following his boss's orders, he damaged a winning gambler's table but got beaten up. Cha Jung-woo asked the lawyer to delay things. He wanted to meet Lee Jin-seok before leaving the